just had surgery. She won't be with us, so we're it.
Ready?
So when you're ready.
You are ready.
Oh, okay.
You're ready.
All right. Well, welcome everybody. I see Fact TV is here as well. So we will call the meeting of the Westminster School Board to order at 6:02 p.m. and we'll begin with introductions, really just for the public. Again, not that everybody doesn't know us by this point in time, but still, I prefer to leave it the public who might be watching. Karen, I'll ask you to begin, okay? Karen Blanchard, Westminster School Board.
Jim Bazina, Finance.
Andy Haas, Superintendent of Schools.
Cheryl Charles, Chair of the Westminster Board.
Hutchinson, Vice Chair of the Westminster Board.
Liz Hardy, Principal, Westminster Center School.
Great,
Nice.
and thanks everyone for being here tonight. I think we do have, I'll call for an adjustment to the agenda. One that I think was raised with us earlier is to review and approve the minutes from January 19th. It's just actually a typo in the agenda tonight. So that's one adjustment that I would make. Any other adjustments to the agenda?
Would you repeat that adjustment?
Point number 5, to review and approve the minutes from January 19th. Yeah. Rather than January 5. We've already approved those. Any other adjustments?
I'm just looking through Nicole's notes here. I'm sorry. So,
Well, I can add that
Yeah.
under policies, we're adding D3.
thank you.
And we also have the tuition policy, which she sent out, that this board developed and really posted for public comment as long ago as last December. So we're just picking that up again.
So we're adding, adding B3 under 8A
Uh-huh.
and then,
The tuition, the category stays the same, review and approve policies. But since we're listing them, we'll add D3 plus Westminster's proposed tuition policy.
I don't think we numbered that yet, so.
That's correct. Well, and it's only a Westminster policy, it's not a.
Right, yeah, I'll look for a way to number it
Okay,
for, once we're working on that this coming week.
okay. Any other adjustments to the agenda? Any communications and public comments? Looks like not. All right, then the first, next actual order of business is to review and approve the minutes from January 19th, which Nicole did send out to us possibly this morning. Yeah. Are there any corrections to the minutes? And I'd entertain a motion to approve.
Moved.
Okay, so Charlie Hutchison has moved to approve the minutes.
I second.
Okay. And all those in favor?
Aye.
No, and I see Margie's vote as well. Okay.
Aye.
Thank you. All right. Then we're gonna go right into reports and the finance. Committee's report, what? No, she didn't. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Charlie Hutchison just made the point, Margie, that when you've got a moment, if you could introduce yourself to the group, but we'll wait till you get settled. I have that. Okay. You're recycling all of that? Margie, if you want to take a moment just to introduce yourself, for the purposes of Sky TV and all of that.
I'm Margie, Westminster board member.
Perfect, thank you so much. So now we're moving into report from the finance director, Mr. Bazina.
Okay. I'm looking at the function page, which if you flip just from the title page back. This is unfortunate because I just noticed page numbers are not on here, but in the stack of information, it's all rows and so if you have any questions, you can go on the left side to the row.
I've got page numbers on mine, but
Well, the rest didn't pick up.
okay.
So I just wanna, on the function page, and I'll say, most encumberments have been made, meaning if there's salaries from now until the end of the year, we've encumbered those salaries based on the contract. If there's health benefits, we've encumbered the health benefits. So you essentially have most larger items encumbered, and it gives us the ability to look at and see where we are. And at the bottom right, you'll see there's a number of 545,000. And that's just what looks like you could end up with as a favorable balance. So I think that I think we'll hit close. I've tried to look at where some of the holes might be. Substitutes, we will be, right now it's in the SU, and it will be billed back to each entity. I did notice that under the school board, the audit has not been billed as yet, but will be. There's $9,000 there, and that is on page, well, I don't know what page, but it's line item 122, road 122. You can find that. And again, some of the balance, if you go down through, I mean, some of the balances you can see there are some larger numbers. In contingency fund, the school board has brought in 46,000 that still has not been used or touched. So and that will go right to the bottom. And again, long-term debt, although it doesn't show it here, there should be an encumberment of 6, and I'm looking on line 203. And there's another 6455 that will hit the interest in May. So it doesn't show up there, but I think the $500,000 I think is a good number. So Liz, as you find places where you see gaps, we will move some monies to cover. And as you indicated in here, there really isn't a contract, a facilities contracted line per se. Most of the facilities, they use a 422, a 431, 425. So there's really not a contracted services line per se, but we will move the money and make sure that you've got enough to cover what you need for wood chips or anything else for the playground area.
Yeah, in the past, we've had like a wood chips line. And the contracted services would be for like an electrician or a plumber or somebody that we needed to contract in. Would that just come out of the operations of facilities 2610? That be under that umbrella?
I mean, for this year,
yeah,
it sure can.
Okay.
Next year, you will have.
I'll have a specific line for it. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, it'll be, I can just find a line that makes most sense. Maybe non-technology repairs.
Sure.
Okay. The 5431.
And I think with a balance like this, I certainly would recommend that come May timeframe, maybe we want to make sure the oil tank is filled. Because I mean, when you have the money like that, you can say, well, gee, damn, shouldn't we wait until next fall and see what the price is? I would say, it'll soften, but I don't know that it's going to soften a lot. So it's one of those things that I certainly would love to be able to fill every oil tank in the district if we had funds.
Well, Westminster is gonna help everybody out.
Right.
And we appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Other towns that have surpluses, yeah. West doesn't have to do a lot. But anyway, thank you. Are there any questions for Jim? Or did you have other points?
The only thing I want to point out, revenue is on the last page.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think, despite the hiccup with the state, I think money's starting to flow now. I think you're gonna balance out fine on the revenue side. We are getting interest on some of the monies now, so that'll show up at some point in time when we end the year. So I think you're doing fine all the way around.
I've got some questions, but let me see if others, Karen, if you have any.
No, I mean, I did see the line item that said wood pellets. On that operation, and you mentioned that it's always been there, and so I just.
Yeah.
Let me see if Margie has any questions for Jim Lucina about the finance report. Okay, if you do, just say so later on. Charlie, any questions from you?
Just wondering, on the revenue page, which line is the money we get from our district for any kids who come into the district, or are there none?
It would be on, well, it would be on line 8 where
I
the
see.
money would go.
I see, but we just don't have any.
Right,
Got it.
right.
Actually, I'd like to come back to that topic, but thank you. So a couple of things from me, and then if others have additional questions, please don't hesitate. Did you have any, Liz?
No,
right
I
now?
think I'm clear. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So, kind of looking through them, the first thing that caught my eye, let me go back to, you talked about the substitutes, it's line 5. The 37,000, that's an encumbrance, and you're saying that we actually have substitutes, and this will be billed through the supervisory union, and that's why so we have had substitute teachers.
Yeah.
We've been using the budget line, okay.
And if the superintendent will entertain next year, I'm hoping that maybe we can do the substitutes as an assessment, only because there's a lot of rock and rolling with the subs, and I mean, there's a lot of difficulties because sometimes it's a partial.
Yeah.
An employee can work at many different districts, so it really isn't.
So the reason I learned this last year, how it got set up this way, is if a substitute subs here at this building on Monday, and then subs at the middle school on Tuesday,
Mhm.
and then at the high school on Wednesday, and then in Grafton on Thursday, and then as a case manager, special ed teacher on Friday, they would have to get 5 separate paychecks.
Yeah.
And so, at some point, long before Jim came on, they were getting funneled where they were getting all paid out of the one, because that way they also didn't get, 5 W-2s and stuff like that at tax time. And so then the bill backs had to happen, and that's where you caught, like that issue wasn't happening
Mhm.
previously. So, Jim has suggested this idea of assessment, and I think it might be the right way to go, because it would probably be the least disruptive to everybody.
Yeah.
And the cleanest.
So thank you. That's one question there on that page. Then if you're on the same page and you go down to line 25, 26, 27, we talked about this before. 25 is actually the early education tuition to private. But if you look at 24 and you look at 26, those are the grades 7 and 8 grade tuitions.
Right.
And it looks like the tuition to public, line 24, that's Bellows Falls Middle School. And they have billed us for the full year now. Is that correct? That's what
That's correct.
why, so we've got $400 left, but at least all of that bill is done, and that was at 21,000 almost per student.
Right.
Then the line 26 is some of our private schools, and I'm not sure that they have all completed their billing for the year. That would be the grammar school and the Compass School as 2 examples.
Right. For some reason, I think Compass School did.
I've seen some recently,
Yeah.
and so they may have, but what this does is show us that we're, at this point in time, 100,000 over budget there. Yes, we've got to 500,000 potential surplus that you're looking at.
Yep.
But I wanted to point out to us that we just had our joint meeting with the Union Elementary School District, and it was the case that our 2019 surplus that was voted on by the voters does bring us back to Westminster in the form of revenue about $85,000
Right.
for 7th and 8th grade tuition, which can help us with this budget year. That doesn't yet show up in our revenue.
Right, that's right.
But it will,
Yes.
and so, but just as we watch this, and this is something as we move into town meeting and we, ask the voters to vote on this, one of the points we're making is that 7th and 8th grade tuition really varies. And so we can point it out in this year's budget, but we can point to the value of reserves, and we're gonna be asking for additional reserve money. That makes sense, yeah.
Does, don't we have an article in the things, us setting aside the previous surplus for this very purpose?
Yes, we do.
So, we've got both the current year's surplus as a possible source to pay this, and last year's surplus to
We
pay
have
this.
2019, it goes as far back as that, but we just got that cleaned up in terms of the record keeping around it, because that was money that was proportionately belonging to the old Union Elementary, and now that we're no longer part of that, and those monies have not been spent,
Mhm.
and we're able to bring them over here.
So we're gonna have a surplus, aren't we? Because
Yeah.
we're not gonna spend three sources on this money.
No, but the
Unless they're
surplus,
filled.
the reserve fund will stand because it will carry once it's in a reserve fund.
And I'm hoping in the future years, we're going to know and post exactly what reserve funds are in and how much interest they've earned over the year.
Perfect, yeah.
So we've got to get to that point.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. That's so exciting, really, to get this kind of progress. So we've been, this is all a part of the kind of cleanup from the
Yes.
last several years before Jim got here and was able to help us out with all of it. So moving, I had a couple of others. Let's see what else I had, some of which you had marked, and you're circling a couple of things in here, like this access to the special ed, it's not, the special ed and access, it's line 41. And that we're not spending this year. And that's an example of something you propose that we take out of next year's
Well,
budget, which we did.
and it may be money for this year that Liz can assess and move if she needs to, if she has some gaps.
Underlines.
Right, that's correct. So, in the contingency fund, we didn't need, and then looking at the revenue page, something else that doesn't yet show here, or does it, are the monies that are in the Union Elementary School District budget, bank accounts, and haven't yet been transferred to the Westminster.
That's correct.
Mhm.
I just will say, when we first got out of community bank, we had to be careful because we were trying to get checks that were in process of being cashed and make sure there was sufficient monies left in it. And so,
Yeah,
at that time, we looked at what we had, took a guess as to how much we'd need. And I think we put $1 million into Westminster's, knowing it was a good break. And so we've got to reconcile that whole piece as well.
okay.
How much are we talking about? How much might come back?
I'm not sure at all, Charlie. At this point, well,
Well, if you just think about the surplus monies alone,
Yes.
it's well more than $1 million.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Is
they're not in,
surplus money, or is it something in addition to the surplus money?
in addition to the surplus money, but mostly I'm thinking about surplus monies that are still sitting over in the Union Elementary School District bank account.
and I think I've said this before, is that I am going to have Samantha Ruggles, who is our auditor,
Mhm.
with me. And I want her to go through, because I think this is too, we need the exact amount. And I don't
Sure.
want to guess. So we're gonna have her here when we separate that out.
That's great. So I had, I'd like to ask you about this. Maybe we should do it between now and town meeting. Maybe it doesn't need to be addressed here, but as we prepare for the informational meeting on February 25 with the public and then town meeting, one of the things that I've been trying to understand is the tax rate as well as what the voters are going to be looking at in terms of the budget itself. The budget for right now for Westminster is 4.6 million. We're proposing 5.1. And at the same time, we're proposing to reduce it by 300,000. So it's not a huge, big change, given that we're asking or making that recommendation. But when I look at the tax rates and I look at past years for Westminster, it's actually going down. It's like 1.41 or 1.44 versus a few years ago it was 1.7 something. Does that allow us to say to the public that the actual tax rate is going down?
I will say this, I mean, I think truly Westminster's in a unique and favorable position against other towns within the state of Vermont. Most have had to increase 8%, and most are seeing a higher increase than 8% in their budgets. But you're not. So I just think overall, and again, looking at the pressures, you had a settlement in the teachers, you had a settlement in the support staff, a 12.7 increase in the health insurance, which is huge. And you've still been able to hold that down to 6%. For me, I think that's a home run.
Thank you, and we all need to be able to convey this as we talk with the public. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
I think that's it for questions from me right now. Thank you very much. Thanks. Liz, the principal's report.
Yeah, absolutely.
And wait, yeah, we probably didn't put it.
Yeah,
Because there's no other finance related thing tonight.
Okay.
Thank you for your time last night. Thank you for your time tonight.
All right. Thank
See you soon.
Yes. Safe travel. Enjoy that. A little bit of the bonding.
I have a quick question for Jim, real quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look at you sitting home.
Are you coming to the informational session, Jim?
By all means.
Oh, great. Okay, perfect.
Right.
Great, thank you. Good night, Jim.
Good night.
So for the principal's report, for the past 30 days, our average daily attendance has been 94%.
So what's up?
Yeah.
And the 91%.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, things are passing through and kids aren't as sick as we saw this fall. Winter sports obviously has been up and going. We have one more session that'll happen right after February break. It's really been wonderful watching students learn new skills, gaining confidence, and persevering to try new things. We had our winter concert in January. Again, it was really successful. We had many families come support our school. We received very positive feedback from families, and we'll be planning another concert this spring. So more to come on that. As I mentioned last month, we had a tabletop exercise last week with our crisis team and the local first responders. So representation from the Sheriff's Office, the State Police, and Westminster Fire, along with Sunny Erickson, who's from the Vermont Emergency Management Team. Sunny led us through a school crisis scenario where we discussed how we would respond. It was super beneficial to hear perspectives from the responders and to clarify details such as confirming that they have up-to-date school maps, confirming how they would access our building, how would we work with the town. This is definitely something that I would be interested in doing annually, just to make sure that we are all on the same page and we continue that connection with our first responders. And before COVID and before me, the Westminster had a somewhat of an advisory program called Longboats. Our staff is looking to reinvent that. We call it now the Connection Crew. So it connects to our core values, which is community connection and inclusion. And with this rebranding and a commitment to our core values, it's a version of advisory where each staff member has a small group around 5 to 6 students where they connect and engage with each other. We had our first connection crew last Friday afternoon. Groups met, got to know each other. Each member created a hand and they shared how they feel connected to our school and to their friends. So we look forward to having more opportunities throughout the year and years to come. So the groups are mixed grade level and every adult in the building participates. The other news is we have shade sale news. Our nature-based ed committee meets every other week with the other committees, works with Jenny Kessler from Food Connects. So Jenny was able to connect us with Shade Sales of Canada, who donated the school a 500 square foot shade sale for our garden. And La Valley's will be donating posts to install the sun shade sail. And we're hoping this provides ample shade and really a base for our nature-based learning out by the gardens. We have some plans about where and how we're going to install that. I guess you can fold it and you can stretch it in different ways to make it the size you really want. So we're really excited about that. And that's just one of the benefits of working with Food Connects, because they connect you with different grant opportunities or donation opportunities like this one. So that's the news. Yeah, any questions?
Yeah, any questions?
No, just great.
Yeah. Lots of good
Is
stuff.
it connection crew or cruise?
True. But there's many, so connection cruise.
Well,
Oh.
I didn't know if it was
Like-
a play on the longboat, a
Right.
cruise, like a Disney cruise
No, I
liner,
think it
or
was
is it
like a
cruise?
crew, like your crew, like your group.
Your group, yeah,
Yeah,
that's fine,
yeah.
I just wanted to
No,
try
thanks
it.
for
That's fine.
asking.
And the three C's are,
Community, connection, and inclusion are our three core
it's
values.
not three C's.
Yeah, that's some work we did last year.
Any other? So we haven't talked about this for a while, and I want this to be a general question, and Andy, you may be able to help with it too. Even in our community, we have children and families who are technically homeless. So what's our approach? I know that one of the wonderful things about what a school does for a community is having eyes and ears to be able to report that and to be able to provide support. And we have the federal support for this as well as
Yeah.
local, but can you just generally describe what our policy is when we know about a family and that?
So when we, you can add on, this
Yeah.
is my basic understanding at the building level, is that when we believe a family is homeless, our school counselor puts a referral in to our McKinney-Vento coordinator, which is Shelley Wilson here at the SU. She connects connects with the family to make sure they're still able to access their education, as far as either providing transportation, or sometimes if they're displaced, like if they are living in they're living in a hotel in Brattleboro, we can either provide transportation or we can refund mileage to the family. And we connect them with a home to school liaison who can help them find potentially permanent housing. But if they are declared homeless through the school year, they can continue to come to our school even if they're displaced out of the district.
So to add on a little
Yeah.
bit, a little more on the back end, there's what's called a bid waiver,
Oh.
and it's not the same type of bid, but it's a best determination. And so, in the scenario that Liz just talked about, a student maybe in Brattleboro, we would meet with Brattleboro and make the determination, is it better for that student? Because when you're homeless, the student has the right to continue to come to their home school.
Right.
But it may be in their best interest to attend the school that's closer to where they're currently living. So there's a behind the scenes discussion of what's best. The families are involved and so there's some determination that goes on. And then just as Liz said, typically, Shelley has her home to school liaison group, and there's an individual assigned to Westminster who then would get involved with that family and find out what those needs are. So if they need food, we can provide assistance there. If they need clothing, we work to help get clothing. So like if a student wants to We did this in the fall with some students where they wanted to play a sport, we'll get them cleats, we'll get them, so we want to make sure that we're minimizing that impact so they can, as I said, still be able to access school.
Yeah, so our homeschool liaison that works with Westminster, her name is Amy Newton. And we meet with Amy on a weekly basis. Our mental health team here meets with her to get updates on families that are currently homeless. What do they still need? What are their next steps? What's going on? And for us to maybe clue her in on potential needs of our building that are popping up.
That's for the CARES meeting, right?
Yes.
So that's, and we put that out, in my superintendent's report, there's a link to the description of CARES and the CARES team.
Mhm.
So that is all part of
Great.
what that is, so it's not, we try to minimize the stigmatization of homelessness and just, it's a student in need, we just take care of it, so.
So might I ask a question, which is, if I know of somebody, do I come to you, Liz, or who do I?
Come to me
they're in-
and we can get the ball rolling.
That's
Yes, definitely.
Or if you happen to see Shelley, you can mention it to her.
Yeah,
So,
but my connection would be more, I think,
Yeah.
here or to you, something like that, because of. That's very nice.
and there's a whole, there again, a behind the scenes process of trying to determine is a person homeless in that sense, and it's, we try to look at what's the best for the child, in that
Yeah.
sense, so.
It's great, thank you.
Right, well, I really appreciate that. I've had some community questions and, and it's the case that I think everybody is working to provide one, confidentiality, the privacy of the family is incredibly important. At the same time, there's real support here. And so given that there's a system, if someone can confidentially talk to somebody else, then there will be a reach out to the family to provide whatever assistance might be needed. So I think that's important for the community broadly to know as well.
And I think it can be as simple as, something just happened with the family and they either had to move out of their house or something happened to their home
Mhm.
and they're now doubled up with another family. That could potentially become a determination of homelessness.
Right.
That even if it's a short term, we can try and intervene at that time, so.
Mhm. Right, or even moving in with other family members, as you said, or friends and neighbors, it's not like they're necessarily on the street,
Right.
but they are.
Right, that's why I wanted to say that, it's not
Exactly.
necessarily just. I guess that stereotype that we have on our head about, like you said, someone's out on the street, it could be someone who like is doubled up or is. Living as a roadway or whatever it is, and so we want to make sure that.
Yeah, and it's good to get the messaging out that the child can continue schooling here, because that's always the concern if they, if they are going to Brattleboro or Springfield or the roadway in Rockingham,
Yeah.
like that they would have to change schools, which is hugely disruptive for kids who are already going through a difficult time.
We've had some families where we're talking like Rutland,
Mhm.
and that's when we get that bid going, and it's like,
Yeah,
what is
what
best
makes
for
sense.
this child, and or we've had families that even have had to move across the river or to New Hampshire, and we try and work with New Hampshire on that, so.
So that they may still, as it's said, whether the school of origin or something like
Yeah.
that, where
So
they
they're
begin.
on a school,
Yeah.
where so they can continue this,
So
yeah.
Liz, you mentioned roadway.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the motel that's up in Rockingham?
Yeah,
Does that tend to be like that place in Brattleboro, which has been?
from my
Places.
experience, it
Okay.
has.
I didn't know, I just
Yeah,
passed by it and I thought,
So
Yeah.
a lot of times the state gives vouchers.
yeah,
And
yeah,
that,
yeah,
and
sure.
I think
That's what
roadway
it's
is one of those
at.
areas that accepts vouchers, so.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, any comments or questions from you, Margie, as we move on? Okay, good, thank you. Thank you, Liz, as always. All right. So new business, the February 25th informational meeting. We've started getting the word out about that. That's simply our creating an opportunity for townspeople, for voters, and interested others, as far as that goes, to come. And our plan is to be here on Saturday, February 25th, from 9 to 11. And I will go ahead and order some request some coffee and pastries and stuff like that from our farm to school program from Harley. So we'll have a little bit of that, and you'll make sure that we've got the Zoom option for people who.
We can
need
do that, yes, thank you for
Yeah,
putting the bug in my ear, I'll make sure I have it in the truck.
we will need that, and,
What room is it gonna be?
in the cafeteria,
Cafeteria,
and
right.
my preference as you look at it, as you go out tonight, I think setting it up in rounds like this is conversational and less formal. I don't think we need a table for the board to kind of be up front. I'd rather we kind of stand up and.
Stick with the cafeteria tables that are around, okay, not bringing other tables, I just want to make sure, okay.
I think the way it's set up right now is fine, and then a place for coffee and pastry and that kind of thing. We might need a microphone system, but I'm not sure. You know, we could have anywhere from 5 to 40 people. I don't think we'll have 100 or 200.
Liz, if you, we have a mobile system at the SU.
Okay.
Small one, you know, but would work for this.
Do you want me to email you?
Please. And then the other is, do you have a mobile board?
Yes.
Mobile board too,
One of these, or do we need to bring a screen and a projector?
but you've got one. So
Yes,
that's
that's one in
great.
the library we can bring in.
Okay, that's great. I wondered about being able to offer for those who might be here, and again, we could have almost no people, but it's important that we offer this opportunity. For those who might want to stay for a few minutes after to have a tour of the building. And if we have lots of them, then we can have smaller groups. You could, you know, we could, Andy could, but I doubt. Oh, yeah, some kids.
We can put it out to the families.
I think that's what, that'd be
No,
cool.
it'd be fun.
Have some fifth and sixth graders, maybe.
And then I think around the agenda for it, it's really to create an opportunity for people to ask questions about the budget and the articles in advance of town meeting. I don't think we go through all the articles like we will at town meeting. I think we can provide some basic information for people and highlight a few things. I went into the parent-teacher group tonight and just kind of highlighted the categories of proposed uses for the surplus. You know, the capital improvements, the tuitions, the energy efficiencies, renewables, that's a big part of it. And then fourth, the enhancing of outdoor and other learning opportunities. So starting though with the reduction of what the taxpayers pay. You know? So rather than going through every article in detail to try to give them just a few brief opening comments. But I wondered whether various board members wanted to speak to any of the topics that are there, whether, again, it might be the importance of having a reserve for capital improvements, the importance of the trying to increase our energy efficiencies and move to renewables, or do we want to just be available for questions? And I don't know how much structure you all want.
I don't know, I haven't thought about it actually.
Okay.
I'm a little confused, because on the one hand, I thought I heard you say we won't go through the articles. But then the list of things that you said we might talk about was essentially the articles. So it seems to me, we really don't want to talk about the budget itself, because there's so many line items and it'll just be a morass. I would have thought the articles are the thing to focus on, because if there's a few of them, they're maybe controversial, maybe not. And there is a reasoning behind it, and it's a relatively bandwidth set of conversations.
I actually agree with that. I wasn't clear enough in my statement. I mean that unlike town meeting, where we will each be asked to speak to and read an article, and then the public votes on that one after discussion. In this case, I think we broadly talk about the gist of the articles. And I was summarizing the 4 major areas of the 5, actually, when you talk about tax reduction. So instead of going through the articles one by one, like we will at town meeting, a broad description of them and discussion.
Yeah.
That was my thinking.
And one of them, I think, is, which isn't an article, is this is the tax, this is the budget. And by the way, folks, actually, the tax rate's coming down and here's line, blah, blah, blah. So that you don't get, your sticker shock is ameliorated by the fact that your middle rates come down. Is that what you, is that part of what you want to say?
Yeah, as long as we're accurate. And I think that's how it's looking to me, but I want to make sure that we double check all the numbers.
I think it would be helpful before that meeting. to have sort of an agenda, you know, that we can talk through, so I'm, you know, and I think of an agenda. How it's gonna go and, you know, sort of the topics, that would be helpful for me. I feel like that, you know, just, it's a 2-hour period of time.
You
So,
know, I was struggling with the idea of open meeting, but if we're only doing this as a planning meeting and we're not taking any action, we could have board members gather to plan for that. That it's a legal,
That is correct, yes.
that's the only thing that was holding me up. We don't have to take as much time on it tonight. If we
okay,
can do
if
that.
we can do that at some,
We should, because people will come in dribs and drabs, unfortunately, and they'll ask the same questions over and over. So, possibly.
And maybe having a loose agenda might help people like, oh, I'm interested at this point. So if they can't make it, they know that I'm wondering, I don't know, I mean. Cause I agree with you, Charlie, if someone comes in at the second hour and you just spend half an hour in the beginning talking about something and they bring it up again, are you gonna do it circle back into it, so.
Well, let me then draft something, and if each of you board members have a topic that you might want to help address, as an example, Margie, you might want to help with that whole renewable energy piece that you've been doing more work on than some of the others, you and Charlie in particular.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm up for like maybe each table should have a couple board members that are talking about certain articles, you know, just so that people, if they want to talk about articles 1 through 6, they go over here, articles, you know, and then at the door we could have a stack of the articles hard copy and people can be reading them. I don't know.
so I have an idea that I don't know is possible, but it would be really nice if we could all meet before this meeting. Somehow, I don't, you know, that the.
If you're having just a planning session. you can
Yeah,
meet.
just a planning
As long as
session,
you're
right?
not-
That's all.
As long as you're not making any decisions.
Right.
And
So maybe we can figure out a time that can happen.
It's also an opportunity for us to rehearse the objections that might come up at town meeting. And anticipate those and maybe
Exactly.
practice our responses at this earlier meeting. So I
Yeah.
think it'd be good to play a devil's advocate with ourselves a bit.
Yeah, before that meeting,
Yeah.
before this meeting.
No,
I don't know if this is the right time to bring this up, but I have also had several questions from community members as to why the pre-K stuff isn't on an article. You know, we had sent out that survey to all community members about pre-K, and then I think community members were expecting that to be on the articles. They're not understanding that it's at the SU level and that they won't have to pay for it in their taxes. I think they thought they would and were ready to vote on that when we sent out that little survey. So that is one thing that I think maybe we should clarify during the meeting, but we can talk about that at the planning committee meeting for this.
Well, that was an SU level pre-K survey.
Yeah, I know. There's just confusion about it. They're like, where's the pre-K? People are like all concerned now. Like we sent out the survey and then there was no further communication about it. So people are expecting that to be on our town meeting stuff and it's not because it's SU, but they don't understand that.
You're saying, Margie, that they didn't get any follow-up information about that?
No follow-up.
Yes.
It covered it at an SU meeting, but maybe we'll have to check on that.
I mean, honestly, Jennifer and I are meeting next week to put together like packet things and stuff to go out to parents and everything, so it's just some of it, yeah, but I don't know, I guess maybe I go to so many meetings that I know we've talked about it
Mhm.
ad nauseum, and even at this meeting, we talked about it, so.
Extensively, that's true. So that, Andy will check on what follow-up has already occurred and there's more coming. And to your point, at our informational meeting for Westminster, we can address it, no question.
Yes. Maybe Andy, when you meet with Jennifer, I think sending out something particularly to the people who did answer back the survey would be great. I mean, also, you know, whoever, but like particularly the people who answered the survey probably want some follow-up. Thanks.
The peripheral to Margie's point, the problem coming from it, just, I think maybe people don't understand the difference between expenditures that fall to Westminster directly versus SU services, which we pay for indirectly. It might be good just to educate people on which, you know, which ones are. The transport isn't billed directly, nor is special ed, and so on. I don't know how much that matters, but I think it might be useful for people to know that distinction. Things that we share with the other towns, things that we don't.
Mhm. Agreed.
Do we want a short? I hate the idea of a PowerPoint. I mean, no.
Well,
Well, I guess the only worry I have there is not knowing what all the questions are, and if do we create more confusion?
Yeah.
You know, like, and if you're trying to have just some kind of very open conversation,
Right.
it might be, you know, because we can take notes and we can actually publicize those responses on an FAQ also
Good idea.
afterwards,
So let's quickly say probably not a PowerPoint. Let's have it really be community oriented, conversational. If we do get enough questions that warrants an FAQ of frequently asked questions and then responses, we can do that and we can have it for town meeting.
Yeah, I would probably, we try and get those answers out even sooner and get them.
Yeah.
You know, so people can at least read them.
It's a yes and, let's do both, you know, get them right away. But that's something that we
You know,
can.
this is sort of an aside, but a little bit of what you were saying, Margie, about communication, and it was about the Bellows Falls stuff that came up at SU, and how the Bellows Falls board, Bellows Falls High School board, makes decisions about things that the SU doesn't make doesn't make decisions about. And people were unclear about that, actually.
Oh,
And-
yeah.
Yeah, right. So those kinds of, that kind of information that we sort of take for granted a little bit. And that's, I think, when we have our sort of planning meeting for the planning meeting, might be to think about, you know, what kinds of things, you know, maybe it's just the preschool stuff, or pre-K stuff that you were talking about. But
Well,
anyway.
it might, sorry, I don't mean to, I'm just saying, not a PowerPoint, but if there is something about like, okay, what are SU services, what are not, we can have like a one sheeter ready just to hand out at that meeting as opposed to,
Yeah, that would
you
be
know,
great.
like a lecture about it or
Right,
a topic.
That would be great.
okay.
I think that would be super helpful, Andy. Thank you.
In terms of a time for a planning meeting, you know, we're here on a Thursday night and it's the 16th. I don't have my calendar, but the next Thursday, even though we're having this event 2 days later, what makes sense to you?
I could do that, let's say.
Would that be sufficient and does that work? It need not be a long meeting, it would just be a planning meeting.
Yeah, that would work for me. Figure out,
Planning meeting.
Are you?
what time are we talking about?
I was just, I mean, which is fine, I'm gonna be around, but or Liz, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, it's spring break, but
Oh,
Sure.
that's the issue, that's what I
Well, I don't think
forgot.
you guys need to
Oh,
be-
and now I remember there's a family.
It's gonna be in the middle of
memorial.
the day, so.
Yeah,
That's why I
well,
was asking.
yeah, can people, so you're not working, there's no buses. Can we, thank you, can we meet during the day, any day?
I can that day, can you not that day?
That night, I just remember there's a family memorial service.
Well, then we don't have to do night, I mean, I can do day.
Yeah, I'm fine with it, but I don't think that Liz and Andy need to be here.
No.
I don't know if I can do during the day. I don't know that yet. But I can definitely do morning, or evening.
When you say morning, what time you talking?
Like I could probably do 9 a.m. but I probably can't do midday or afternoon.
Make that 10.
Could you do
Vacation
10?
After all.
Uh, uh, or, I don't know yet.
Let's, I've forgotten that it's break, holiday, that children are everywhere, which is wonderful, and some people are traveling. Let me get back to you if I may, and you
Okay.
can, we'll just do it by email, and we'll try to figure that out.
And I can do it, I mean, during the week, day before, I mean, in other words, I can do mornings. Most of those days.
Preferably at 10. Right. Exactly.
But I mean, if we,
So if we
Have to
can
do it,
leave
okay.
that for now, thank you for all that good discussion. Our next big topic is about reviewing and approving policies.
Mhm.
And it's the case that since Westminster was reinstated as a school district, we've not acted on any of the district policies. And some of these are literally required. And there's been an active supervisory union policy committee that Priscilla Lambert chairs, that Charlie's a part of, and that Margie's been attending those meetings as well, frequently, not always, but frequently. And I was just concerned that I thought it was a good idea for us to catch up, have this board actually approve all these policies that have already been approved by the supervisory union board, and they are required. And they've been deliberated by this committee that again, Charlie serves on, and Margie's been attending as well. So my actual recommendation is
I
that
read men, I mean, most of these.
my recommendation would be that we entertain a motion to approve them all en masse without going through them all in detail. Given again, that they're standard actually. And that
Yes, all of them are required policies, except for the one that you all
we'll
have,
separate
which
that one out.
is,
D3.
no, D3 is a required
Yeah.
one.
Okay, I meant to the, well,
The
Yeah.
tuition.
Yeah, the
tuition
tuition one. And just to add that all the other districts have approved them as well as the SU, so it just is a technicality from you all being created.
So I move that we accept it all block.
Okay,
I second that motion.
okay. And, yeah, all right, so it's moved and seconded, all those in favor, I saw Margie's thumb up.
Aye.
Aye. All right, unanimously. There's one small thing I would like, Priscilla and the team, Andy, you can carry this. It's just that there's a typo in the policy D1A on grade advancement, retention and such, and on the date adopted page, replacing G9, adopted October 28, and then it says 20909. If
I actually saw that, yes, I thought I got it correct.
if it could be fixed, that would
Yes,
just be nice.
that's just a typo, so we can
Yeah.
fix that, yeah.
So it doesn't require, and then if we would like, as a board, to revisit the tuition policy that Margie worked a lot on, that we've discussed in detail here, we might want to entertain that a motion to approve it at this time. I'd like to have a little bit of discussion about it, but what's your pleasure, everybody?
Could we quickly read through it again? It's been a while.
Sure, this is, I pull it
You
out.
have it then?
I do, I'm just trying to get it. This is the one, okay. So we put this out for review last December. It's the admission of non-resident
Okay,
students.
that was sent out in
It was,
yeah, I'm reading it.
right, so it was sent out. Do you want me to hand it to you with that
Is it,
refresher?
you need us to just summarize or no? If we're gonna vote that, we should hear it, I think.
This, it's the policy of the Westminster School Board to admit non-resident students to Westminster Center School when space is available and in compliance with all federal and state laws and regulations governing tuition payment and non-discrimination. The big idea here is that there needs to be room, and the principal advises us. And we're asking that the sending district pay tuition. And the only exception that we've written into this policy is that any non-resident student whose parent or guardian works at the Westminster Center School shall be automatically granted admission to the Westminster School, subject to space available, with a written request to the Westminster School Board. And tuition would be requested from the sending school or school resident, town of residence, but isn't required. And my question, we don't have a motion on the floor yet, but the spirit of this is to say that if a child and family want a child to come here, we're asking the district where that child lives to pay tuition. That's actually the big idea here. With an incentive to people who choose to work in the building or we hire to allow their children to be able to come here.
So to be clear, of the two applications we've had so far, the one we would have accepted and the other one we would not have accepted because unless Grafton agreed to pay.
That is correct. That is correct. And I just wonder, given my own past experience on this board where we did allow a child to go to a different school, if that's not the question here. So I shouldn't confuse myself with that. I just wonder if there's any room for any exceptions. That's the thing that I still kind of struggle with a little bit.
I think this is, I mean, I think that frankly, it's covered. You know, it's much clearer about the requirements of kids coming and people who, what you just said, people who work in the school being allowed to have their children here is wonderful. I mean, it's appropriate, I should say that. I don't know, I think it's really very well written, frankly.
Here's a scenario. Child's been at the school for several years. The family moves to the next town. He says, I want to stay with my friend.
For the sixth grade.
But they don't have a parent working here.
Mhm.
And, you know, I'll hark us out to that person with that family, but this is a cold no. I mean, that's as written so far, yes, it's a cold no.
As it's written, it's a.
I mean, unless they have the town.
Unless the other child will pay.
Yeah.
Well, can I have some clarity on that too? Like, what is, I guess I don't understand the historical, historically have other towns said no when we have asked for tuition? Is that, I guess I don't understand that. I mean, have we asked lately and what's the what has happened historically?
Oh, so historically with it, I mean, so to not confuse it, you're talking about a child coming from any district other than your own. So it doesn't have to be just within the WNESU. You're talking about any child coming from any district.
Mhm.
And so therefore, any other district, if they operate an elementary school and they do not have school choice, they do not have to pay. So by having this policy, you potentially open yourself up that you're accepting a kid, but not going to get tuition.
No,
So-
we're saying we will not.
It says here,
Yeah, we're requiring
tuition.
So, okay, so if that's the case, then, I mean, you might accept the kid, but this district does not have to pay.
That's correct, and then we would not accept it.
Right, so I just want to be clear. The other piece that it's a caution, because I think I wasn't here when you had the full reading of this. You cannot deny a child based on disability status or anything of that nature.
Yeah.
So if you accept a child and a district agrees to pay, there's no stipulation in here for them to pay the special ed costs.
That's correct, that's not in here.
So, and the special ed costs are a cost at the SU. Yes, you're assessed, but the SU is paying. And so therefore, let's say that student comes into this district, you accept them into this district, we become the local educational agent, and that student needs to go to an out-of-district independent school. You now, or the SU, is responsible for the tuition of that student to go to that independent school, which could be $100,000.
That's all really interesting, but my question was, what historically, when we've asked for tuitions from other
Okay.
towns in our
Okay.
district and maybe outside of the district, have they paid? Or have we even asked lately?
They will not pay because they don't have to pay. They operate their own schools, so why would they pay for a child to go to another school?
But according to this, people will need to pay.
Yes.
You cannot force another district to pay you if they
No.
operate a school.
We won't accept them then.
I understand, but you're asking the history. The history is they don't like. The other districts with even within WNSU will not pay for a student to go unless there's been some exceptional reason that it happened.
Right. I guess that's what I'm asking. Like, I mean, so say there's bullying going on up in Grafton. That Grafton kid wants to come to us. We say we're happy to take him as long as Grafton pays, and Grafton may say, yeah, you take him, we're having this bullying problem and we'll pay the tuition, and that's that.
I would be very honest with you and open that I would discourage Grafton from paying. That opens a very big can of worms, that could cause some repercussions for other districts within RSU.
And what way? Why, Andy?
You're opening a system for if a parent becomes dissatisfied with one building, that they can then request, and it creates pressure on those other school districts to pay to come. So it's a scenario that Marty just gave. So if a parent feels that their child is being bullied and they say, I want to go to another school, and you say yes, and then you say, well, Grafton, you have to pay. I mean, it's Grafton's responsibility to provide a safe education for that child. And if
Well,
that,
and that's why we wrote this way, because we don't want to like create a scenario where kids are just willy-nilly transferring around. We're tying it to tuition so that we can say yes and still adequately like fund their education. And it's hard enough to do it that parents don't do it willy-nilly.
so
Like
I guess I would have to advise that if we wanted to have this conversation further, we need to go to executive session.
Okay.
And further to that, there was a case, I drove a kid.
So
So I would
we have to.
very much caution, if we're going to continue this conversation, that we have it in executive session.
Okay, understood. So we can do that, or we can yet again take it up at another meeting. We
Let's do it
can,
now, it's only 7:00.
Well, then we have to go ask people to,
It's Nicole, Fact TV, so I would take care of that. That's,
okay.
but
I got time. I'm down.
You've got time, okay. Well, we only have two other items, director's comments, and then some discussion about the date of the next Westminster board meeting, which is a reorganization meeting, and we can talk about that in the context of all of the post-election reorganization meetings. What's everybody's pleasure? If you want, I've heard the sound of it. All right, we may do that. And Liz, do you want to?
Are they off? Are we in?
no,
No, we haven't moved into executive session yet. The proposal is that we do so.
Yeah,
We're not in executive session yet.
I know. So I'm just saying, given that the fact that we might need to go to an executive session.
Mhm.
Sounds like a much longer conversation. It's not.
it won't be long.
Okay,
There's
that's
certain
great.
things I just can't talk about in public,
That's it.
So-
That's fine.
because it would involve a student possibly.
I see.
Right,
Thank you.
so it looks as if the will of the board is to go into an executive
Mhm.
session, and we'd invite the principal to stay and be with us for that conversation. So Fact TV will be back, I would say, in approximately 20 minutes,
Mhm.
and Nicole, the same for you. Okay, thanks.
Give me
everybody.
1 second here.
Sure.
You can pick up Fact TV, so we don't have to wait for Nicole.
Okay. All right, we are out of executive session, and I think there may be a motion that a board member would like to make.
I move that we accept our admission of non-resident students of Westminster Community School policy as written.
I second it.
And let me take a vote. Margie?
Yes. In favor.
Yes.
Charlotte?
Yes.
All right, the motion passes. The policy is approved. And with that, where our remaining two topics, director's comments and then some discussion about the date and time of the next Westminster School Board meeting. I think I propose that we talk about that before we get director's comments tonight. So Andy, would you describe for people the proposal that was made last night?
Yeah, so we originally, so the seating of the new boards happens after the election, and we had originally proposed having meetings Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And each board would be seated on each one of those nights, and then the SU, because you then assign members to the SU would meet the next week. And last night, it had been proposed to have all 4 boards meet on the same day, that Monday.
The 21st, is it?
Right on my.
March?
March 20th.
March 20th.
And meet in succession. So, start with, trying to get the order, how to get the order.
Suggestion would be Rockingham at 5:30, because they're used to meeting at 5:30, Westminster at 6, Grafton at 6:30, Athens, Grafton, and then the high school at 7.
Correct, and so we would hold half-hour meetings, bang out seating of the, election of the chair, other members, and then, just moving to the next meeting and starting it up, and then we would have the SU meeting on that Wednesday, the 22nd. So, we'd have some refreshments and whatnot to tide people over and stuff like that. And when we first proposed the 4 days, we didn't even think of it to consolidate everyone down, but we thought it'd be a good idea to get everyone together too, and
So this is an in-person.
Yes.
Oh, at high school?
At the high school, and one of the comments that was made about this idea was really to have all board members, these are some new board members, some, people who've been on for quite a long time, to come and actually meet one another in person.
Yeah.
And this organizational meeting, as it's called, you're just going through and you're electing and appointing people to, chair roles and committees and that kind of thing. And if everybody's there at the same time and we make it an opportunity to meet one another, it actually sets a great tone for a working relationship for the next year or two.
Yeah.
So we had some enthusiasm for the idea once we got our heads around the possibility that we could even do that.
yeah.
But the question to you all is, does that work? Would be that Monday night? Did we say that's
What's
the
the date
20th?
again?
Monday, March 20th. And everybody, all elected board members would be encouraged to come, let's say a little after 5 o'clock for coffee, get to know one another. And then we go through a series of convening. Andy convenes each board consecutively. He's the one who convenes it until a chair is elected. And then the chair facilitates the rest of each board's meeting to get the vice chair and clerk, to get the supervisory union board members appointed, to get the committee people, so building grounds and curriculum, whatever, all those things. And it does not take all that long, and we can do it efficiently in 30 minutes, and we will have met everybody who's serving the community in this way. And then the following Wednesday, those people who are appointed to serve on the SU board would meet, and we'd have our first
Correct.
that
So
organization.
the next, first of all, down here it says Wednesday, March 23rd, but it's actually 22nd.
Oh, is it? That's okay.
So I don't know if that matters, but,
So,
So we're proposing Monday, March 20th,
20th, yep, for all.
but for this board specifically, your time would be at 6 o'clock.
Because that's what we normally, that's what we actually need. So does Athens and Grafton, but maybe they don't mind starting this.
And then the next,
So then after that, so what we would do at that, one of the things we do at that board meeting, at this organizational meeting, is set the schedule for when our meetings are. When our regular scheduled meeting
For each board, you mean? Yeah.
right, and my proposal that I talked with a couple other board members, I don't know if it's, is where we set the regular meeting at the end of the month,
Mhm.
is that we set the regular meeting at the beginning of the month. Does that screw you up?
Yep.
Okay, so that's the piece of just trying to figure that out, so
Okay,
it may work that other boards can do it that way, so.
what's your rationale for that?
Just trying not to have a week of 3 meetings.
Weren't you still having week of 3 meetings?
No, because if the regular meeting is at the beginning and the SU's at the end, then it's only the alternates that would happen in the ops. But that was just, again, me being selfish,
Hmm.
but I mean,
Well, maybe a couple of the districts will go at the beginning of the month and maybe.
that's why I just said, it. I don't think
Right.
it's not a do or die.
In my case, my calendar is pretty much scheduled for the
There you
next
go.
year. Around a lot of that, but thank you for that. Anyway, for our decision tonight, it looks like that Monday, March 20th, for all of us works as an
and
organizational meeting.
at 5 o'clock.
I don't know for coffee, but to be there and to be seated and to sit through each of the
Yeah, yeah.
organizational meetings, but we would not vote except for our meeting at 6 o'clock. If something came up and you couldn't,
But
What
be
time?
there at what time?
I was encouraging 5 o'clock just to meet people, just to get to know other people. That's all.
So what we would
And
do is
where?
at the high school,
At the high
Bellas
school.
Falls, yeah, in the big library.
what we would do is after elections and we know who's been elected,
And yeah.
we assume everyone here, so but I'm just talking in generality.
Mhm.
We will send an email out to you with all this information attached to it, so.
Okay. And then we decide when our next meetings are like going forward, but maybe we'd have another meeting on the 23rd, Cheryl? Is that what you're saying?
Supervisory union organizational meeting. And so there would be, just as there is now, 3 voting members from the Westminster board who would go to that.
Right.
And currently it's Team Karen and I, and
Yep.
that'll be one of the things that we decide at our organizational meeting. Who are the
Right.
people who would represent us at that meeting, but it would be the SU organizational meeting on that Wednesday,
On the Wednesday.
the Wednesday, the
That's-
22nd of
That's
March.
the SU one.
Oh, okay.
Are we all
And
good?
would all of us need to be there for the Wednesday one? I'm confused.
No, no, that's a supervisory union and organizational meeting, and it would be the 3 designees from Westminster. Currently, they are, Team Karen and I.
Right, okay. But would we have our normal monthly meeting of this board on Thursday of that week or no?
No, no,
Okay.
this is the required organizational meeting after town meeting and town election, and you elect your officers, your positions, that kind of thing, and you set your regular meeting schedule. And our next meeting would be typically the following month or 2 weeks later, whichever we think is needed.
Right.
Is that clear enough now? Yeah.
I'm just gonna go with it.
It's all good. So with that, and we'll put that in the minutes that we've agreed that the date and time of our next meeting, which is a reorganization of the board, will be Monday, March 20th. So with that, let's just go to director's comments and then we'll be ready to adjourn after that. Margie, you can lead us off if you'd like to with director's comments.
Sure. I want to thank Liz, as always, for doing a fantastic job at the school. Everybody is loving the winter sports. Everybody's loving reading buddies, Studio Y. All the programming that you do is fantastic. It's really awesome. there was, you know, when we had to get our 30 signatures to get back on the ballot, I had some very interesting conversations with people because they want me to give them their spiel to get on the ballot. And I guess not having anywhere else to talk about this, I guess I thought I'd say it now. Some people are still upset about the Westminster West building being open, even though, you know, like, you know, when it was closed, we thought it was closed, but then, you know, now it's Studio Y. I love Studio Y, but there is some community dissent on whether we should be maintaining that building. So just wanted to let you guys know that. There was one comment about politics in school, didn't like having politics in school. That one I felt like was a little I didn't really buy it, but people are saying that. And then the third comment was there is a little bit of movement that people want to see kids at town meeting. And that if there's any way that we can encourage not just like community members, but also kids to be coming to town meeting. And I think Liz, you and I had sort of talked about that. Just, we can't require teachers to be coming on a Saturday, but just amongst ourselves, having like bringing our kids to town meeting and making it truly trying to make it a community event. I think that would be awesome. I do think that's a really cool thing and encourages our children to be involved. Overall, awesome job, guys. Thank you, as always.
Thank
And
you.
that's it.
All right, Karen?
Yes, well, just because you raised it, Margie, I've talked to a lot of people in West actually who were much more in support of keeping that school, who feel that it's actually Claire Oglesby that's at work because of so much art that's taking place with Janelle there.
Oh,
And how happy they are that that's happening. So on the other hand, there are those that are, you know, are very happy about that. You know, when I get to talk about the amazing work that's done. And Liz, obviously, thank you so much. Your reports are always alive for me. It's great.
Yeah.
And thank you. I think that was a great discussion really for me about the policy and thinking it through and being astute about it as we move forward. But I'm really glad that we were able to pass that. And so thank you all very much. And thank you, Andy, for your what do you call it? So devil advocate, but also that was good. Thank you very much.
Karen?
So did I do everything? Thank you, Liz.
Yeah.
And yourself, who I beat quite often, and they're just wonderful to be around and the kids. Good discussion, a little bit of friction there, but I don't think that's okay. It worked out. I think we listened to each other and made our choices, and that's great. But thank you, Andy, for being the voice of, you know, the other opposing view. Actually, the demographic in Westminster is changing. There may be a need for it. No, a real school one of these days with more and more children over there.
Yeah.
So I agree. We should be ready with, you know, an answer to that question. Why what's the benefit and so on at the town meeting and at the information meeting. I imagine it's the only version of its thing of its kind in the state. I can't imagine there's anything like it anywhere else, is it?
Not that I know of.
No, it's absolutely unique. So I love it, and I would support it, and talk in support of it.
I think,
You're done, yes, sorry.
I think I would only add around the discussion of the building in Westminster West, that whereas there are some who ask about why it's not closed entirely, in my experience, that's a real minority, and there are a stronger number of people who would really like to see it a primary school again, would really like to see it a school again, and in my view, we're certainly very fortunate right now that it's a great location for an integrated arts, experiential ed, and learning program that serves all of the children of the Westminster community, K through 6. And it's in everything we hear about it and know from the evidence as well as it's a great experience. But with all of that, we'll see you all in a new year for board service after the election, except that we'll have a planning meeting coming up, and I'll get back in touch with you about our specific plans for just an informational meeting for the voting public on Saturday, February 25 from 9 to 11 here at the cafeteria in the Westminster Center School. So with that, we'll adjourn our meeting, if I may have a motion to do so at 7:51.
Ooh.
All right, thanks, everybody. Good night.
So I wanted to also